I would invite you to a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Can we all stand? Thank you. Honorable members, senior officials of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, fellow stakeholders who are actually present here this afternoon, and other stakeholders, good afternoon. My name is Albert Mwango, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development. We are a delegation of the Portfolio Committee from Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and we are on our constitutional duty to do, among other things, the oversight on the operations of the department, which actually is a constitutional imperative for us to do, to play an oversight role over the executive authority and that of the accounting officer. I will introduce the Portfolio Committee members, honorable members, who are present here today. On my right, directly opposite me, is Honorable Mrs. Maseko. Miss Maseko, I'm sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry to say that because I might be disadvantaging you. I mean, next to her is Honorable Mkhaha. Then Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mkletama, and Honorable Nana. We have our supporting staff for the committee. We have Mr. Loazi Ben, who is the committee secretary, and Cynthia Malebu, who is also, did I say it correctly? Who is the assistant to Mr. Loazi Ben. They might be seated somewhere, I don't know where about, but they are somewhere here. We have Dr. Manense, who is our policy advisor or content advisor. Some people prefer to say that. And we have Tembi, our researcher. She's seated right at the back there. We have here I would call upon Mr. Christo of the West Bank to introduce his group. The roving mic, please.
This is Mr. Brandon Bootsack. He is of the Non-Conco Committee and also Director of the West Restitution Association. And then we have Nkosinati Sikobi, sorry. And he is executive member of the Nonkonko Committee, and then Lindelwa Manzi. She is also a director of the West Restitution Association and on the executive of the Nonkonko Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then we have Mr. Steve Paike.
Thank you, Chair. We are here as beneficiaries, and in accompanying me on my immediate left here is Mrs. Lumka Baji. And as part of the household business, we have Melissa Baji here. We have Luvuyo Baji. We have Buntu, who's a farm production manager by qualification. These two are scientists. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we should have Mr. Tem Badlamini. Is Tem Badlamini in the house? Not here. Is he in, yes or no?
Not here.
Okay. Mr. Albert Yeye.
Mandizibulisele ndingu-Albert Yeye wasehenki inzalelwa yaseqaleko eCambria. Lapha namhlanje ngesicelo somhlaba nokuvunyelwa ndibe kulo fama ndifamishe. Enkosi.
Thank you. We should have Tsitsikama Development Trust. Are they in?
Greeting everyone. My name is Fundiswa Xola. I am coming from Tsitsikama. I am with Ms. Fezwe Sibeko as our independent trustee, and ngaphaya kwakhe is Mr. Zana, also one of the independent trustee, and also Daryl Oliphant. He's a trustee. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kayaletu Nanyo.
I greet everyone present here today. I am Kayaletu Nanyo from Yarrow Farm. I'm with 3 other beneficiaries of the same farm. This one is Molinda Nanyo. Umama lo nguModiwe Mangaliso, utata phaya is Siphiwe Deyise. You are all from Yarrow Farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also accompanying us are staff members from the Communications Department of Parliament, who are here to assist us with the interpretation services. If they become necessary, then they will actually help us in that. I have also said that there are officials of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. I would ask them to quickly introduce themselves. They are under the leadership of the Deputy Director General from Pretoria. There she is over there, over that side. Mike, over there.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, and a special greetings to the farm hold owners who are the most important guests this afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Busisiwe. My surname is Letomba. We are here together with the team from Restitutions, from head office, also from the province, the legal people from Restitutions, because some of the matters I was led to believe they involve Restitutions. So we will introduce ourselves, each individual. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Letitia Jansen. I work in the Restitution Department, East London office, under the legal unit. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and committee and everybody in the house. My name is Nobundu Makia. I'm working as a project manager at the Office of the Land Claims Commission in East London. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, stakeholders. My name is Pagamisa Mketizi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for the Provincial Office of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development.
Morning, Chairperson and honorable members, our stakeholders. My name is Ncedisa Kongeka. I am the Director Land Acquisition in the province. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, farmers, colleagues. My name is Mzwadi Leteti. I'm currently acting director responsible for provincial operations in the province. Thank you.
The last one.
I don't think I'm the last one. I'm Henk Prinsloo. I'm responsible for strategic land acquisition in Sarah Baartman district.
I also have the rest of the team who are the support from this district, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam. Without any further ado, I will actually call upon a representation from West Bank.
Can everyone see the presentation? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair of the committee. Good afternoon, honorable members and all the stakeholders in the House. My name is Kosinati Sikobi. I'm the executive member of No Executive Committee, representing 2026 claimants of the West Bank land claim. I think my colleagues have already been introduced. I would first like to extend our thanks to this committee to present so that we can be able to present our complaint, because we have a complaint. It's heartwarming to see the ordinary citizens of this country can approach the highest oversight body, which is the Parliament. The institutions of the West Land Claims are the Non-Ngongo Committee and the West Restitution Section 21 Company. Here I'm just gonna, it's not long, this presentation, Chairperson. I don't want to waste your time because I think we've already sent the committee our presentation. I just want to highlight one thing. I think after we've sent the presentation, we had a meeting with the Land Claims Commission, which was on Thursday, where we ironed out our issues with them. So now we are aligned we're going to be working together moving forward, of which it was a step that we were very happy, and it's a step in the right direction. The only challenge that we have is the Buffalo City municipality that has been ignoring us all these years. We've sent them numerous letters over the years. And every time they always avoid, or they don't even acknowledge the letters. This presentation is about this project. I'm going to be quick. This is the location of the map, of which I would humbly ask the committee if they can be able to do an oversight on this land. Can you put it on slideshow? Okay. All right. Okay. This is the location of the land. It provides about 1,784 ervens. Whilst we have 2,026 of the claimants. We've told BCM way back in 2006 that when the layout is completed, we need a layout plan, and all these years they have done nothing to resolve our request. Buffalo City Municipality. These are the general plans of the land. I'm going to move swiftly, Chairperson. As I said, I don't want to waste your time. This is how the land used to look when we purchased the land. And this is now how the land looks. All those things that you see on the land are land invaders, which are shacks. And we went to court to get an eviction, which was granted, when was it granted? 2021. And then Buffalo City was supposed to execute the order. What they did, they acquired services of a sheriff to evict all those people that were on our land illegally. But however, the way they did it, they would look for those shacks that they see there is no one occupying them, and then they will demolish them, and then they go and claim to the municipality. I think that there's a figure of about 3.5 million that have claimed already just for doing nothing. I would say it's doing nothing because they left the people that were supposed to evict still occupying our land. We were sitting at 319 of these shacks. Now, I believe there's about more than 500 now of the shacks. Okay, I'm sure you know the history about where we're coming from. I'm not going to waste your time and dwell on that. I just want to go where we want your assistance from. Okay. This is where this thing it started to take pear shape, because there was a project steering committee that was set up. The last meeting that was held on that steering committee was in 2022, and nothing happened after that. The technical committee, the last meeting that we had with them was in 2012. The project steering committee, when it intervened, they started working and doing internal services on the land. That was in 2025, and then all of a sudden, the contractor stopped working. No reasons given, nothing. We were still waiting because now they were saying they're going to be appointing a new contractor. It's been, I don't know how many months now. Christo, do you know how many months? Almost a year now. Almost a year now. So nothing has happened ever since. These are just the timelines of events, a sequence of events that have been happening on the land, because the settlement agreement was in 2000, and then there were funds that were transferred in 2002, which was the settlement agreement, and then in 2006 or in 2001 we established the West Restitution Association Section 21 company, and then in 2004 we acquired the land. Which we bought using the money that was a settlement. And then in 2006, the general plan was approved. In 2009, 693 elephants were transferred. On this number, that is 693, I'm gonna say we are now trying to reverse this whole process because the procedure was done wrong. Because the land itself does not have services, and it was wrong for this Ervin to be transferred to these people, because we don't even know who these people these Ervins were transferred to. We've been asking Buffalo City to assist us so that we can get those title deeds from deeds office. Yes. We even asked them because we've got a fund that we have there that we can utilize for those services, but they've refused to even honor any of the claims that we've submitted to them. And then the internal services, they commenced in 2024, as I've mentioned. They've now stopped. We don't know when are they going to appoint a new service provider. Hence we are pleading and begging the committee to please come and do an oversight, so that, because what usually happens is that we will request to have all of them in one roof, but you'll find out only few show up, and those that they show up, they will say, look, this thing that you're talking about, it's a responsibility of someone that is not part of this meeting, which is why we are requesting that everyone can be, if they can bring everyone under one roof, so that there is no one that will say, no, it's not me, it's somebody else that is not part of this meeting. So these are some of the issues that we would like the portfolio committee to assist us on. Okay, I'm not gonna waste your time on this one. Okay. As I've mentioned, our issues with the Department of Land Reform, we've resolved them, and the department, the Land Claims Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, Mr. Zamamemela, agreed that now moving forward, we're gonna be working hand in hand so that to make sure that this project, it moves. And he's going to be calling all the stakeholders involved. But I'm saying now, we've been trying this for the longest time, and Buffalo City does not respond. They don't even respond even when the minister is here trying to sit them down and have a meeting with them. These are some of the, I'll just show you the issues that we have with Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality. We need the assumption of developer responsibilities without a formal agreement. There is no strategic plan for the implementation of the West Restitution project. Outstanding requirements for additional 182 Ervin. If you remember, I mentioned that The land that we have, it has 1,784 sites. So which means there's still additional sites that we request. But we've informed Buffalo City, and so far nothing has happened. There's also an opening of register for 2 parent Elvins, which has not yet happened. Okay, this is another issue that we have, because the land was transferred to this individual 693 claimants, of which this billing is incorrect, because there are no services on that land, and even those transfers were not supposed to happen on that land. So now, when we had a meeting with the Provincial Land Claims Commissioner, Mr. Memela, we agreed that in fact, he agreed that he will assist wherever assistance he can give us, so that all those transfers can be nullified, so that the land is given back to West Restitution Association. I think most of this presentation, the committee has already have. That's why I'm saying I don't want to waste most of your time. Okay, here's one of the thorny issues, because one of the challenges why the project is not moving. BCM is refusing to relocate those people, because they said, we sat in a meeting in August 2024 with their legal department, a gentleman called Spato Andy. He said by the 31st, we sat in August 2024, by the 30th of September that year, all the little squatters would have been moved to a farm that they've made provision for them to relocate them to. Up until today, the only thing that we see happening is that those illegal occupiers of our land, they keep on going up on a daily basis. Yeah, I think I've already mentioned this, that we've written numerous letters to PCM. And then another issue that came up was an issue of the two committees that were parallel, and that I want to assure you that has been resolved. We only have one committee now at Nongono Committee, as claimants of Nongono. And also this one, the refusal from Buffalo City to meet with us. And then there's also the process of screening, because there's about 1,058 out of the 2026 that have been screened. They were also outstanding. There's about 1,074 that were outstanding to be screened to check the eligibility. These are some of the things that we wanted to discuss with Buffalo City, but every time when we request meeting, no one shows up, or they don't even answer our letters. We also requested that we wanted to do a development plan, because there is no development plan on regarding this project. We said Buffalo City, we have an amount of about 154 million sitting on the trust account. So out of that, we're requesting that we want to do a development plan. Can you please make sure that you whatever invoice that talks to that, it gets settled? But they refused. since 2024, we've been trying to do that. We're having that, we've been trying to have that resolved. Okay, this is my last point. Our hearts are pained by slow pace of government processes. Many rightful claimants have passed away while awaiting for the government to deliver on the agreement signed on the 16th of April 2000. We feel that the progress has been unnecessarily slow. We have been referred from office to office by officials who appear not to prioritize the claim. This is especially painful for many beneficiaries who are elderly and in poor health. This was written by Majori Koko Moikwa. And let me tell you now, honorable members of parliament and chairperson, this Majori Koko, we were burying her yesterday. She was on the original non-Ngongqo executive committee that started way back in 2000. She was the last man standing. Unfortunately, she passed away. So that is why we had to flight this message, because this is what she wrote in one of the articles from the Daily Dispatch. I thank you.
Thank you, West Bank. I will then ask Mr. Steve Paki to please come forward to give his presentation. Is he still in the room? Or he's still wearing his bikie? Mr. Bikie is wearing his bikie and... You want to take your...
Just close this thing out. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I think, Chair, I thank you. To the members of the parliamentary committee, the heads of department who are here, the provincial leadership in government, fellow farmers, good morning, good afternoon. I think I was praised as to the quick talking into this, and the PowerPoint slide that I'm having here, I think I will share it with the committee. Our appeal letter is very explicit. It points out to the parliamentary committee who we are, and it gives a very clear illustrative background as to the essence of us appealing. It also outlined, in view of what we expect, some of the indicative steps that we deemed appropriate for this process. And it also concluded by stating very succinctly as to our expectation and how we ought to resolve. Therefore, I think I will move slightly in my presentation and deal directly with the bone of contention. Chair, as farmers, we are faced with very huge frustration. In our country, the agrarian reforms are not as per what you expect on books, and all the nice written policies that the country at large is looking at. Coming to me as an individual, experiencing the intricacies of the exact application of this land reform policy. That's what I will talk to. Government, in our experience, purchased a farm called Dryhoek. That's in lock, stock, and barrel. The total hectareage of that farm was 1,530 something hectares. That was in 2010. 2013, you see, it's years down the way. When we came to occupy the farm, we discovered that actually we are not alone in this farm. There's a white man in occupation of a portion of the farm. We then immediately reported to government, because the policy is very clear of state that government doesn't purchase land where there's a disputable claim on site. So we raised this issue to the department. This is our experience. We now don't know exactly what's happening. And on top of it, in the very same portion of land where this immediate supposed neighbor is occupying, the entire key facilities for the productivity of the other side of the farm we're occupying are ring-fenced in that little island portion by this commercially established white owner. So we put across to government around these issues of our experience. And we also discovered, whilst we were validating as to what is it comprehensively that we have to put across to government, this owner didn't only occupy this island portion, he has stolen land. He debushed, he encroached on the existing state land that we occupy as part of expanding on his commercial venture. Again, we put these issues in that comprehensive letter to government. To our surprise, this was already detected by a government contracted company, which was supposed to look after these farms in that period of 2010 towards 2013, so that by the time we occupy, they are at a readiness state for us to start functioning. Also, even on their side, they communicated their findings to government. This company I'm talking about is ARDA. And the government again chose to ignore. Upon our insistence, writing to the provincial office as well as the national office, then a team was brought on site. That team, it constituted of the local office in Port Elizabeth, the provincial office, the national office, including the lawyers from national. As an outcome, they stated categorically that, look, our sustainable solution is to reintegrate as part of ratifying the policy. But at best, as part of resolving whatever issues that were picked up on site. We were waiting since then as to that resolve. It was never attended to. We wrote a series of letters to the local office, Port Elizabeth office. We wrote to National. National made it clear that we issued a letter to the province to start considering the application of reintegration. In fact, the letter is instructional. It's not even to start considering. It says integrate. Beautifully, whilst I'm here, Mr. Hank Prinsloo there is party to the people who know exactly the content and terms of that letter. We have since written to him as to by how far. He never wrote once to us as an answer. We wrote to the provincial office a number of times, drawing their attention to this impasse nothing is taking place. So we concluded on our side as beneficiaries to assume that in any way all that would be the end state, based on the letter from National, is that the reintegration process is the ultimate objective. Especially when in 2001, I should assume, the local office, Port Elizabeth, started working now jointly with us to talk to. Remember, the farm has changed hands twice since the Mr. Potgieter guy, it went to Mr. Nell. Currently, it's idle after we're told that government has purchased the farm. And after having purchased the farm, government decided to choose unilaterally to advertise the farm to any other persons to occupy. Remember, we worked with government since 2013 under the common understanding that the ultimate resolve is to integrate. Again, amongst you, honorable ladies and gentlemen, you may assume that 1,536 hectares I'm talking about, it's all arable. It's not. It's got Karoo land. It's got rocky areas. It's got cliffs. It's got bulk portion of the farm that's undergoing erosion. Right now, the topsoil is going to the river. And these are the issues that we are contending with and we're managing. We've got an environmental safety case right now on the farm to cap that erosion and try to divert it into small water and catchment sites for animals to live on. Those are some of the costs that don't come physically on the table and to your immediate awareness when you look at what's happening on site. But again, to divert slightly from that, the whole ineptness of government was a bit of a very big displeasure on our side. But to our surprise, as of 2021, then that's when they started turning around. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let me talk now from my other cap. As a former chairperson for land reform in Sarah Bartman, we're made to sign a pledge of National Development Plan by the then minister. In that pledge, it says nothing in the public service ought to be concluded without the inclusivity ethos of government policy. In that policy, it went on further to describe the very essence of that local participation through the district committees, through the local committees. It went on to define the level of participation at a design level, at the level of management, at the level of joint coordination, leading up to the decision-making at the Land Reform Committee, which I was chairing. Again, government chose to get rid of all those processes. But to our amazement as farmers, they are still taking place in other provinces. In the Eastern Cape, none of those are happening. Now, that's the very unique aspect of our land reform, which was ushering in that integrative ethos of participatory involvement in the governance of these issues. It's absent. No wonder the officials do as they please, arrogantly. And they tend to take whatever that comes out of them as per their illusion and change policy in your presence. Talking to you right now, I was part of a meeting where farmers were called at Credo. The chief director in the province read a riot call to us. We will evict any of you who haven't paid their rental charges from the farms. Who's the custodian of national policy in this country? It's you. National question is part of the land reform processes. That's what it articulates and points to. When we fought for freedom in our country, land was of primacy. The genuine quality of freedoms for a black man in this country is the quality of life and the land issue. Now it's surprising, under your watch, your technocrats are turning around and telling us on our faces, we will evict you. Okay, let me put the political cap aside and coming back to the farm issue. When the issue of rental came to the fore, I said to them, quietly in a meeting, I'm willing to offer you a promissory note solution. That's a business approach. I'm willing to bring in an independent legal company, it's not my company, to come and adjudicate the authenticity of this proposal. Let's sit together. Don't stall the developmental process and the innovativeness of a farmer, a black farmer, all because of financial liabilities that could be managed probably within 3 months or 4 months, but you stall his or her development. It's ruthless. It's even worse than the fiefdom era of the 14th century sheriffs under the crowns. Now, I was saying these are the issues I needed to bring to you by slightly taking the cap off. Of utmost importance to us as beneficiaries of that farm is for the committee to investigate, firstly, why the process took 10 years or more to get attention from the department. The process that the National Department has long pointed to them to enact, and they chose to be idle and not do anything about it, arrogantly. Even now, they only had to come to us because we wrote to you. And it's after having written to you, they started scattling and running to us to read riot codes even on arrival, not listening to what we're saying. That's our appeal, honorable ladies and gentlemen. Just try to get at the center of this. Firstly, to understand when this farm was being sold to government, what is it that was being sold? What hectareage that was there? Was it really living up to this 1.5? What were the terms of payment when paying that 20 million to that previous commercial owner, Neil JP, in 2010? What were the issues that were part and parcel of that lock, stock, and barrel to him? Then you would probably get to somewhere with your understanding. We also are pleading with you to check with the department. Having noted that land has been stolen at Draihoek, that the fence has been run down and deep bushing has gone in an encroachment area beyond the original fence, that's flouting of the Fencing Act of this country. It's destruction of the natural vegetation that we are protecting in the area. And it must all be normal because it's a white commercial farmer involved. Where it was, any of us or myself, government officials would have been all over us. Because it's there on their caretaker agreement, 30-year lease that they've given to us. What happened to those issues? Because law was broken and we're made to believe that a case was open. I was even given a letter sharing with me what were the specific instructional issues to be done around restoration to the former commercial white farmer who was occupying that place. What happened to that? Nothing. When we inquire again, we don't get answers. But all that we were told by Mr. Ncedisa here on our farm is here. Is that all that doesn't matter now? Because state has procured the farm next door. What's your problem? Is here. So it's all well and done for a white commercial citizen to do as they please on state police, but not for us. We are the humble current owners or occupiers of that state land. And you are the only forum that we hinge on in trying to assist us in getting a very clear, outlined, and remedial solution that has a sustainable approach to this issue. Because it's clear from the department side, this is why I'm standing here saying I could have been presenting these slides. Smart slide from a business school understanding. It doesn't matter a thing to them. We even gave them, you know, the government says vuka uzenzele. And on these farms that we're staying at, we're busy surviving by cross-subsidization because we don't have access to collateral, you know, financial leverage elsewhere. Even the residual capital flow is a struggle for us. Now, you get a portion of the very asset that you are told to rationalize and maximize the best value you should get out of it. It's lying idle there. And the officials under your watch are easily taking that and throwing it elsewhere as per their discretion, irrespective of what we say. In our understanding, currently as we speak, I can give you all the letters and business plans. We have elected to develop that farm as a dairy farm. We've got a letter of intent from Kucha Dairy here. We currently are working with some of the financial institutions, which I won't mention because they are friends there. They are appraising the project as we speak. And it's inclusive of that little portion because a dairy farm, it requires a carrying capacity that's bigger. Currently, we don't have any size in view of the business we're chasing that could matching the numbers of units that we want to bring on that farm. But the arable land and the pastures that we have developed would enable us to stand firm in living up to the output that we're targeting, inclusive of the land that they've taken away, unilaterally. They never even ushered a word to us. Now they are indirectly killing the various prospects of an innovative black farmer, which you say, Masande and his Kolise, they are a hurdle to that notion. They want to stifle that notion. They don't give a damn about whatever that comes out of you. What matters is that which is inward looking, the policies that they are obligated and contractually to, us as the key client to their purpose of being in government, doesn't matter at all. Again, these are the sort of experiences I'm sharing with you. Chair, it doesn't only end there. The dairy farm that we have as a proposal, it's backed by the solar alternative power generating on that farm. Currently, we live in an area that is surrounded by dairy farmers, but all of them are white. Not even a single one of us was surrounded by white commercial farms that are benefiting the most from the same heritage that we ought to benefit from. The valley that's channeling the wind and the mountains where we are. All my neighbors are usurping that heritage for their own appropriate wealth. The wind farm belt. We have been able to facilitate a leverage to attract and penetrate that business. It's there for us. And wanted to utilize the ESG benefits of those solars for the community development projects, as well as all the anchor social upliftment that we want to do on the farm, including the community LED issues like bursaries for kids. They are centered around that. But at the end of it, still, your officials, instead of working with us to usurp our potential and the innovativeness that we bring to the table and realize a developmental farmer that they could point to in their land reform programs, no. They would rather stifle you for a 1,700,000 and something penalty of the rental charge, whilst you stand to benefit 70-something odd millions of rands per annum. Is it really healthy? Just tell me if there's sanity in there. But the biggest component to it, which again, these people are learned. They are agronomists, they are project managers, they are evaluators. Just a mere simple deductive logic. What kind of spin-offs to revenue of the country from such projects? What kind of numbers to benefit from employment, from casual labor, from such a project? And holistically, the kind of a pilot that we could dangle as part of us having affirmed a black farmer for a clear rural developmental mileage in the area. Stifled doesn't mean a thing to them. All that matters is the circulars of treasury and their own internal inward-looking solutions that they are bigoting about. But the developmental cry from us, or any who looks like me, it's nonsensical. Again, our appeal to you, help us realize our dreams. Help us lay a mark around my generation, at least, within the land reform process in this country. That's all I wanted to share, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bachi. May I please call upon Mr. Albert Yeye? I just hope that all of us, stakeholders in these matters, are taking notes so that we discuss the issues that are being raised here. Thank you.
Mandisibulisele kwakhona uAlbert yothethayo weqeleko Tingu Albert Yeye
Greetings to everyone. My name is Albert Yeye
from Kamtus Valley. Kamtus Valley.
from Kamtus Valley.
Kamtus
Valley.
Eqeleko. Eqeleko.
In Kleleko.
Yes. All right. Ngiyavakala ba. Di applyele umhlaba kahulumende kwezi departments, local departments, the province departments.
I applied for the government land subsidy in the government, in the local government and the provincial government.
Umhlaba oleliyo for 45 years.
That land has been arable or has not been used for 45 years.
Ndisokola ndifukuza ndikhangela apho ndinoncedakala khona.
I've been going from pillar to post trying to ask for assistance.
Ndidibene nenye omnye usisi okanga avume.
I met with the other lady who seemingly refused.
National.
At national level.
Ute kumba, you didn't succeed, try again.
Then the reply was, you did not succeed, please try again.
Ndiphinde ndabhalela uMinister Noncho.
I then did a correspondence in the Ministry of Honorable Nyonzo.
Minister Noncho uye wathumela abantu from communications.
Indeed, Honorable Minister Nyonzo sent his delegation from his communications department.
Bazile abantu ka communications kum.
Indeed, the communications department people met up with me.
Amagama abo ngu Umtheza Mgengele.
Their names are the following: Mtheza Ngengele,
nomnye umfana endilibele igama lakhe ngoku.
and the other gentleman whom I have forgotten his name.
Bazile ba verify umhlaba babona uba ndikhona kulo mhlaba ndiyahlala ke kulo mhlaba.
They came down and to verify the land, and they saw that indeed I am living or I am dwelling in that land.
Ndizalelwe kulo mhlaba.
I was born in that land.
Abazali bam bazalelwe khona.
My parents were also born in that piece of land.
Ukhoko wam uzalwe 1862 khona kulo mhlaba.
My forefather was born in
1862.
1862 in that piece of land.
Lo mhlaba as departments azikange zivume uba mandiwufumane lo mhlaba ndiwusebenze.
These two departments refused to allow me to use that piece of land.
EUMASDOR local office yethu ndiyile nakhona ndawufuna uncedo.
I did go to human store offices to ask for assistance.
Kange ndifumane uncedo.
I did not get any assistance.
Ndiye ndafuna i-email address ne-telephone numbers ne-contacts zabantu abaphethe lo office.
Indeed, I inquired about the email numbers, the telephone numbers of the officials who are occupying that particular office in Human Stop.
Kange ndinikwe ezo information.
Indeed, I was not given any information regarding to that matter.
Isicelo sam apha namhlanje
My plea therefore, Honorable Chair and the delegation,
ngaske ndinikwe i-lease document yalo mhlaba and then ibe a long time lease ngoba andikwazi uapply anywhere for anything ndikwazi ukusebenza lo mhlaba.
I would like to be given a long lease agreement so that I can utilize that land for a long period.
Umasipala Kocha Municipality
The Kocha municipality,
ndiaplayile kubo ndifuna uncedo.
I did make an application to them also.
Bayavuma qha bathi mandize nephepha elitshoyo mandize ne-document i-lease document okanye i-title deed into endiqala uba ndikhona kulo mhlaba.
They do agree with me to some certain extent, but they want me to come up with an evidence to say that yes, here's a lease agreement and then I am a resident to that piece of land.
Apha kule farmer kule ndawo ndikuyo kuno abafama abamhlophe.
Where I am, there are also white commercial farmers.
Bayafuna ukundincedisa nabo.
Indeed, they want to lend a hand.
Kodwa ke bathi mandize nephepha elithi lo mhlaba ndingawusebenza.
They want me to come up with a paper to say, yes, indeed, I am ready to utilize and use this particular piece of land.
Kukho abantu abalindele uba mandibaqeshe kulo mhlaba.
There are people who are looking up to me, hopefully that I will also employ them in this piece of land.
Lo mhlaba une potential eninzi.
Indeed, this land has a great potential for growth.
Ungayenza i-mixed farming.
You can do mixed farming.
You can ungayenza ne-tourism.
You can also embark on tourism in this piece of land.
Ungakhulisa inkukhu.
You can also grow your chickens.
You can ukhulise inhlanzi.
You can also do some fishing in this piece of land.
Ungalima i-crops and citrus.
You can plow crops and citrus also in this piece of land.
Umhlaba ubukhulu babo is 169 hectares.
This land is approximately 169 hectares.
Bebe khona onofama ngaphambili.
There used to be other farmers before.
Babhanga bashiya lo mhlaba.
They left that piece of land also.
Umhlaba une potential omninzi omkhulu.
That piece of land has or possesses a great potential.
Andifuna uba mde ndizoma kule ndawo.
I won't be long. I want to thank you very much. That's my submission. Thank you.
May I call upon the Tsitsikamma Development Trust. Then the last one would be Khayaletu Nganywa.
Good afternoon, honorable members, chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. I was running a risk of saying good morning from the tent that was set by the department. I guess it's because of these Bafana games that are playing in the early mornings that we are now saying good morning in the afternoons. I am Vuyani Zana, independent trustee from Tsitikama Development Trust. If you've heard about the bungee jumping, I think that's what we are known for. That's where Tsitikama is. Tsitikama Development Trust is having 4 areas which we call Snake Lap, Doris Crawl, Palmit Rafir, and then the other one is vertically Bosch. Now, I'm not going to go to the story of them, the Mfengu people, being dispossessed of land. And let me perhaps, Chairperson, also come with a disclaimer and apologize, because I see other farmers are having presentations. There was a miscommunication between our office and the committee secretary in terms of that one, but we will forward the presentation through so that members do have something that is coming from us. I also wanted perhaps to say that Mr. Memela, the Mama who's working with him, we had a meeting during the week, I think it was Tuesday, where most of the things that we're going to raise robustly here, we agreed on. So I don't want to say it nullifies us coming here as a trust, but we agreed on a long outstanding issues. When we got our land back as the Mfengu people, there were outstanding farms that we did not get. 15 farms that we did not get. But according to the transfers has been done, the title deed is ready for the Mfengu people. We are now again once more the owners of those 15 farms. And these 15 farms, Honorable Chairperson, are plantation land. Now you'd understand that they are currently occupied by MTO, and MTO is a commercial company that is working on the plantation land. But what we want perhaps to appeal to the committees for assistance, because we cannot stand aside and watch MTO working those plantations while we, the beneficiaries or the people of the land, are not benefiting directly in terms of skills, having businesses that are relating to the plantation industry. That's what we are appealing for. We want assistance in terms of that one. Biomass, energy, and all of those opportunities that are there in the MTO, in the plantation industry, we want a stake in that as the people. We don't want just to lease the land. We understand that there's a long-term lease, I think it's 90-something years to MTO. But we, the people of Tsitikama, the Mfengu people, we do really want also to have a stake on that one. We also then suffered greatly during these historic floods that we had as the Mfengu people. Our access roads, Honorable Chairperson and members, were washed away. Understanding that it's an act of God, but there is no one that is coming to the party in terms of government to assist us. I've read an article this morning, I'm not sure, I think it was on Media 24, where it said that white commercial farmers don't need government's assistance at all. They are world class. That's how they are classified in South Africa. But for people like us, the Mfengu people, we rely on government to come through for us when we are faced with disasters. Disasters must not only be measured, and we don't see any person that is coming through to assist us in terms of our roads infrastructure, electricity, or infrastructure that has suffered because of the floods. So we also want assistance in terms of our roads. I'm pleading, Chair, because in terms of intergovernmental relations, government department must not work in silos, but there must be a level of working together within the departments. But the Department of Transport in our district, Sarah Bartman, or Eastern Cape, is not coming to the party in assisting us. During this flooding, what we experienced is that the trucks that are carrying the dairy products out were stuck, they could not move. And there's lots of liters of milk that almost went to waste because of that, because our roads are not in a good standard. We also want assistance, Chair. We have, Honorable Chairperson, we have JVs with white commercial farmers in terms of the citrus dairy farms. But now our marriage has come to an end. Notice has been served. I think it's the Snake Lab, in the Snake Lab area, Chairperson of the trust. We are not saying we don't have capacity to take over as the owners of the land or people who are part of the joint venture, but we really want assistance in terms of the implements, because the partner is now going to take some of the things that we'll need to move forward with the dairy, with our dairy or the dairy farm. So we really also need assistance in terms of that. I will not then overemphasize, because I know that sometimes government is reluctant to give out money or a resource, which is money, straight. But if it goes to our infrastructure in the area, it will mean the world to us. We are also having a plan of owning all of the dairy farms that we have and dairies in our area. But we'll want our government to assist us, because once you are given your land back and you don't have capital to work the land, you might as not even have gotten the land. Because most people, immediately when they get the land, because there's no capital invested by government into the farming operations, we are left with no choice, honorable members, but to release the land back to the commercial farmers that are there. And I so wish that government can take us by the hand to ensure that we achieve the things that we want to do. I think before I sit down, honorable members, with the farms that we received, the 15, the plantation farms, there are a number of other farms that we did not get back. They are still in the hands of or I'll say they are privately owned. So we'll really, I know Mr. Memela has made mention that it's going to be a very long process for us to get those farms back from the commercial farmers. And it's prime land that we are talking about. That was on the coastal belt of Tsitsikama. We say the Mfengu land is from mountain to ocean, and we do want those farms back. And we cannot be told that we are greedy. We did receive farms back. That cannot be a discussion. All the land must be back, because we do have development plans that we have drafted, approved as the Board of Trustees, to say that these are the developments that we want to do. We want to speak to the ocean economy. We want to benefit also in terms of the tourism sector that is there in Tsitsikama. In as much as that, we also call on government to assist us even more with mentors, because we want our kids to study agriculture. They must be the ones that are going to take this legacy of getting land back forward. They must also one day be in a position to say that they almost don't need government funding or support to prosper. Now, if there's no investment that is made in terms of that, we are going to be found wanting. So we want a portfolio committee. I don't know what you can do, but an evaluation of a farm is made that this farm's value is 3 million. The commercial farmer then says, remember, this farm is not his. Now the commercial farmer say, no, he wants 45 million for the land. Now we must now follow long processes, court cases, while we are waiting. We are calling on our parliament, on this particular portfolio committee, to exert pressure on that, because it cannot be once a state institution has valued the land at a certain rate or price, and then we are told, no, the value is too much, knowing that government must now double the payment in terms of getting the land back. So we are appealing to you, honorable members, to assist us in terms of this. I think Mr. Baki, on a number of issues, have spoken to And really, as this generation of South Africans, we really need to take the issue of agriculture very serious. And we only ask for government to assist us. That's all we are asking for. Our hearts are in the game, but having the courage and all of that is just not enough. Financial resources are sometimes needed to make us prosper. I think that's all from our side, but I do commit, Honorable Chairperson, that as the Tsitsikamma Development Trust, we will forward our organogram, how we are and who we are, but I think that was not necessary for today, but we are going to forward that to the honorable members and the committee. And thank you once more, Chairperson, for affording us the opportunity to come as the Tsitsikamma Development Trust to come to you and present in terms of the things that we think or deem fit that must take place in our own area. And I don't want to say it, and I know that most time politicians are blamed that gatherings of this nature is just for a lip service. And it's not an insult that I'm saying, putting to you, but we hope that this will bear positive fruits for every farmer that is in this room today. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Tsitsikamma Development Trust. I'm not too sure whether honorable members would have enjoyed spending their time here just for lip service. I'm not sure. We love our families, we love our wives, we love our friends, we love our close relatives, and I'm sure we would have enjoyed the weekend with them. We would have loved that, but because we consider this a national duty and we had to forego all of those in order to be here to listen to our people and see how best we can resolve the challenges they are facing. With that, I would invite Kyle to Nganywa. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable members of Parliament, head of departments, and fellow farmers, I greet you all. I am Kayale Tunganywa from Yarrow Farm. I am a secretary for the beneficiaries there. I represent 32 beneficiaries. I already sent the report to Mr. Lwazi Ben. I don't think there's a reason for me to go into the background of the farm and history. I'll just go straight to the concerns. Okay, the concerns we have as Yarrow Farm beneficiaries are that there's been delays in getting the title deed that was promised to us as the beneficiaries. We've had several meetings with the department, and in those meetings, there were promises that we will get it. In some instances, they would say, it's ready. And they say sometimes, no, there's been changes in government policies. And all those things affect the processing of the title deed handover. So we've had those problems. And even the minister himself, Minister Nkwinti, once went to our farm in person and gave the same promise that we'll get the title deed. That was in 2016. And we started the CPA process in 2015. Until this day, the CPA only has not been completed since 2015. That's more than 10 years, if I count correctly. So as I said, policy changes, government policy changes have been cited as the reason, as one of the reasons for the delay in giving us the title deed. I believe it was last year when we were told that the government does no longer do the CPAs, but then later on we were told that no, the government does CPAs again. So that's the main thing that we are here for, the title deed. So if it happens that you miss some of the things I would say, please, this one, that's why I started with it. It's the main thing. And all the other issues, they emanate from this one. So now we are faced with poor living conditions, and we are not allowed to build proper houses or make renovations or houses that are part of the, on houses that are part of the farm infrastructure. For instance, there was, just recently, we were faced with a bad weather, and it affected us. A part of our house fell, and we can't make renovations. We can't fix it because we need to apply, and we're still waiting for officials to go and check it. We are still waiting. I'm not sure when was it, but it was this year when we experienced that problem. And also, one of the beneficiaries was told that she asked if she can build a brick house. And then she was told that, no, don't. We don't know the reason why we shouldn't build houses that are proper. So we are left now living in poor conditions because we don't have a title deed on that land. And also, we believe there's farm income that we're not getting as the farm beneficiaries. According to the information we have, the farm receives rental income from Vodacom for a network tower that was installed in the farm. It's been there for quite a long time now. So the beneficiaries do not benefit from this income, and yet it could assist a lot in the running of the farm. Also, the farm beneficiaries were consulted before the 22-hectare sale with Sanral, but were later on excluded and never received nothing from it, despite promises that were made by Sanral that they will pay for the usage of resources such as water from the farm. And Sanral really did use our water, but we did not receive nothing from that. So this leaves us with a problem of uncertainty of rights on that land. For instance, when we started, some of us even passed away while waiting for the title deed, and during the CPA process. They passed away. I don't have a mother, I don't have a grandmother, they all passed away waiting for the CPA and title deed. I am only left with my grandfather and my aunts and my cousins. So if my grandfather now could die, what would happen to us as the family? You see, so we are faced with such problems. So I'll go back to the point I started with. So the only assistance we need from the committee is to get the title deed for that land. That's only the main issue. That's the main issue. Thank you so much.
That takes care of all the presentations from the stakeholders. At this juncture, I would suggest that we break for lunch. Lunch in inverted commas, or early supper. Yeah, because it is ready downstairs. When we come back, I would propose that we deal with presentations seriatim. We start with the West Bank, deal with them, then follow our discussion in that particular order of the presentations. Yeah. So it looks like 80, if not 90% of the issues actually has to do with the department. And therefore they should, whilst enjoying the meals, be enjoying the hospitality of the chair downstairs. They should also be preparing for the responses. Thank you. Sorry. Please let us actually be back at is it quarter past 5 or 4? 4:15, we should be back, honorable members and colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
2025, the Commission, through the Minister, has been engaging BCM. We've had our AGRs, the IGR, at the end of the day collapsed. BCM advising that this issue of screening, the issue of the housing sizes, also this is an issue where the West Bank committee came forward and said, we are a rights-based project. We should not be given a house for 40 square meters. We are requesting you to look into the costing of whether or not this house can either be a 50 or a 65 square meters. So with municipality, we've tried and seen, costed this issue. If we concede to the issue of building a 65 by 65, we are looking at a top of almost 600 million that we will have to give in order for us. So the Minister has also given the undertaking to say the Minister will approach Treasury to look into this issue. But what we have agreed with the West Bank community is this issue of a steering committee that seems to have last taken place in 2022, even though there were engagements with the municipalities. The Minister has met and the Mayor on a few occasions. The Mayor has also in few occasions advised that she will provide an update on how far, and we've not yet till this date received any update. I think the last correspondence that came forward was during October 2025, where we engaged again requesting the BCM to meet. So with regard to the West Bank Restitution Committee, we as the Commission, we've again committed ourselves to call up the steering committee up and before the 31st of July. But again, from our side as the Commission, we also welcome the oversight from the Portfolio Committee, specifically relating to the request that was made by West Bank Committee that the Portfolio Committee should come to Buffalo City Municipality, have all the role players together, and then have a fact-finding inquiry into this issue, and having clear timelines set, because that is the biggest cry from the West Bank Restitution Committee, is that there has been a title deed handovers, they're unsure, there's no communication, and even from our side, and the Minister's side as well, there has been a lack of communication between BCM and our. So I think that is the response from the Commission. Thank you, Portfolio. Thank you.
Is there any other official from the department? Okay, I would actually then allow honorable members to make comments or ask clarification questions on the issue of the West Bank. Hello, with Mike, please.
Thank you very much, and also for the presentation. Chair, it's quite interesting about the restitution, what happened here. We've got the restitution program of the District 6 that the money was allocated. The restitution commission hold the money with the responsibilities. Here the money has been transferred to the municipality. As far as I know, the PFMA says they can pay, they transfer the money paying for the services. It has to come in the invoices for them to can be able to pay. Now the question here is, who, because if maybe Treasury agreed to for the transfer of the money, it will be a different case scenario. Now, why did the Commission transfer that money? And if they were transferring the money, what was the responsibility of the municipality in holding that money? For how many households was this money? If you talk about the top-up of about 600 million now, if you have to increase the square meters, we are talking about the restitution where the houses were demolished. People built the houses for themselves. Now you want to give them about the 42 square meters of the RDP house. That is not restitution. It's like breaking new grounds on the human settlements project. That is not that. And is Buffalo City having accreditation to can build the houses? If you give them the money to can do that, or what was the intention of the department or the commission to transfer that money to them? You, as a restitution, giving responsibility to the municipality where there's no a confirmation of capability of that. Now you're saying that the committee have to be there, but you are not giving us the details of if there was any service level agreement or if it was an LRA that was signed with that. Give us the details of what was there in the agreement for that money to be transferred there. Has AG ever said this was did the AG find what do you call a finding about this transfer of the money, and what was the instruction if that was the case that it was it had a finding? Another one is the opening of the register. The gentleman, as you were doing the presentation, was talking about the engagements, the screening there. Now, how do you screen and do all that and have the parallel processes that you are running while you are saying Buffalo City is not coming to the party? Your parallel operations is based on what? Because if you are not engaging with the people that are having the money, what is it that you are going to do? The intervention that you are creating, that it has to come somewhere for you to can implement the process that you are doing on the screening. It's based on what? Because it's a matter of, there is a laissez-faire in the department of having the processes that are somewhere else, and then you create something on the side that has to happen. It doesn't make sense. The commission is a branch within the department, where the restitution commission, that there's allocated budget for you to do some of the responsibilities. Why relinquish that responsibility to throw it to the municipality, then you say they are not coming to the party? It doesn't make sense to me, Chair, about the West Bank, what happened. Maybe if we can get the agreement and everything for you to can transfer that money, what empowered you, and what was in the service level agreement or the LRA, it will make sense to us to can understand what is happening for that money of the restitution to go to the municipality to go and build the RDP or the breaking, the free housing for a claims of the land restitution. Doesn't make sense. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and greetings to honorable members and greetings to leaders of the various CPAs and community organizations and now officials. I will bring an academic approach to the question of Buffalo City and West Bank. At least I measured in management of local government. So we pick up a loophole in the crafting. Post-94, local government was transitional. It only began to be democratic in 2000. That's when we started. And then we introduced the IDP concept, Integrated Development Plans. But what was not factored in is the case of Land Claims Act of 1994, that once people are returned their land, how will they live together and coexist with the municipal arrangement? Because these people are claiming that this is our land, which we call the municipal jurisdiction, which we call our city. Now, the question is, in terms of jurisdiction, who is the landlord? That's the first question, which government has never cleared. Two, it is now also forming part of what we call compromises and sacrifices during the Contessa negotiation. The white community, they gathered with Babu Mandela in the DPSA, offices, wherein the CEOs of all white companies were in that meeting, and they were asking that we should compromise and protect their properties and interests into the economy. That's why the attitude of a farmer who is encroaching in the space of a claimed land, and then he sits there, why? Because he wants to make profit, as if blacks don't want to make profit and become part of the economy. So the biggest question is that for 32 years, the economy is sitting in the private hands, which happen to be white, and blacks are being done in by the same private sector because we maintain the status quo. We didn't change anything for the past 32 years. That's why these people, their claims will never be honored, because in the Constitution, they were not factored in. In chapter 12 of the Constitution, it talks about the role of traditional leaders and their recognition. These people, we have classified them under CPA and trust. That is not accommodated in the statutory and institutional arrangement of the state. And this is where the bone of contention is. Therefore, I will just say, we need to tell the truth. The same whites who are now turning up against the state, they were sitting with the government before 94 and asking for them to be protected. Today, they're standing up and betraying the same agreements and compromises that were done so that we can enter into the democratic dispensation. And today, no wonder they continue where they ended. My problem is this one. Our officials who are black, they've forgotten what the white people have done to us. And then the white people have now remembered everything that their forebears have done against blacks, and are continuing to do the same thing, and that's my problem. So we need to take a resolution to say, you whites are now emerging and appearing the same way that your forebears were doing. That's why our people are outside the economy. You act as if this economy belongs to you alone. We said the wealth of the country should be shared by all those who live in it, but this wealth is being shared by white people, black people, all of them, 92%, which is the majority of this country outside economic circulation, and permanently so using the law to say, to keep them out. And we'll never solve it until we change this Roman Dutch, I'm pretty sure. Thank you.
Well, our next speaker would be Dr. Matara.
No, thank you very much. I was not here when they presented, but I did receive this presentation yesterday. Now, I'm only going to look at the institutional conflict, but I will be corrected if I'm wrong. There's a significant issue in apparent conflict between the West Re-Institution Association, Non-Ngqongqo Committee, another claimant grouping, and the Regional Land Claim Commissioner. Now, when I go through the presentation, it shows that there's alleged that the government officials sided with another grouping in an attempt to dissolve existing claimant institutions. Now, this raises important question or a government governance questions. Who legally represent beneficiaries? Was the due process followed? And under what statutory authority with this action taken? Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. The last one would be Honorable Nan.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and the various stakeholders in the meeting. I thought, Chair, we would allow the department as a whole to respond on this section. Because now I'm stuck because I wanted to raise question beyond what she's raising. What is raising matters that relates to commission. And yet there are matters that I thought they would need the overall approach. The number of beneficiaries becomes important. How many were the beneficiaries within this scope of the land? Were there any MOU signed between the ministry and the Buffalo City before this transaction? Was there any MOU or it's just an understanding? And what were the terms of reference? And why Buffalo City is not cooperating? If there was the MOU between the two institutions, but these are two government institutions. I wouldn't understand why this hullabaloo. The notion of the expansion of the RDP houses, I'm sure I'm covered by Honorable Maseko as far as this matter, because I was wondering myself as to how do you begin to expand an RDP house without necessarily relooking the policy that governs the construction of the RDPs. And maybe that's why I'm saying I'm covered already by that question. Invasions. In terms of your own analysis of the situation, surely there has been a response from the invaders. What is primarily their response as far as the invasion is concerned? These are communities. Surely they must have a problem, but they must have a reason as to why they invaded the land and why they are not listening to whatever. What is their reason? What reasons are they putting forward to you, legally speaking, as far as this question of invasion? Particularly when it comes to court ruling, because there's a court ruling here, and the presenter talked of selective demolition of houses. And I would say it is selective because some houses were demolished, some were not. And what could have been the reason as to why the municipalities took that kind of an approach? Why didn't you go back to court if the court ruling is not fulfilled? What then became the recourse from your side, from the side of the presenter, and as far as this court ruling is concerned? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Chairman, this is a matter I've in recent weeks, months, been quite conversant with. I can tell you now, Chair, the community of Nongqongqo are watching these proceedings. We are pretty much their last hope. And I know this committee will not disappoint that community. They are very grateful for even listening to them, allowing them to come and present before you. They are very grateful. Having said that, Chair, you see, ma'am, my difficulty with organs of state like you, whenever a committee of parliament is coming to an area, you act in haste and resolve issues. To me, it's absolutely no coincidence that all of a sudden your differences with that community are resolved. My sense is that they were resolved because you knew that we're coming here. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. You guys must just learn to do your work for what you're paid for and not act in haste when the members of parliament are coming. Secondly, on the proposed, on the request from the committee and the commission's request that we should conduct an oversight in BCM, I will greatly welcome that. But I'm sure Ulwazi will say, but we still have got other provinces to go to, and we have a budget to guard against. I don't think it will be possible for us to come to BCM in as much as we would have wanted to, unless Ulwazi can say something different. In an event, we cannot go to BCM to conduct a physical oversight, probably in this financial year. I want to suggest that we should invite Buffalo City Municipality, a delegation led by the mayor, city manager, and all other affected directorates within the municipality. We have the commission, we have the Department of Housing, and the department, meaning Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. That's my proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Chair. I think to answer the questions, when I started, I do have a presentation which is very long, which clearly states how it came about, how there was a global settlement agreement drafted. And from the draft, it's the settlement agreement which has the Buffalo City as well as the Commission, as well as the claimant committee in. There was a transfer of fund agreement that was also signed, which has all the relevant role players in it. So when it comes to the transfer of funds agreement, there are certain roles and responsibilities that are put for each signatory. So the Buffalo City, in terms of just to give a quick overview, was to administer and manage the implementation, the funds for the implementation and the development projects within the West Bank restitution beneficiaries. They were also to administer and manage the project funds to ensure that they are used for sole purposes of management and implementation of projects within the limits in the approved budget. They were also there to use funds for the subdivision of land into residential and commercial erven, the provision of bulk, internal service and the construction of the dwelling houses in conjunction with the developer itself, which developers would have been a company still to be established, which is now a Section 21 company that has been established. And then these funds were paid over in terms of the department's grants and service policy document that was approved by the Minister of Land Affairs. And then the Department of Housing and Local Government was charged with the responsibility of funding the bulk services of the development itself. So just then to answer the question on the finding of whether or not there was ever adverse finding with regard to the AG regarding the funds, there's never been an adverse finding. In terms of the transfer of funds agreement, the municipality should be providing statements on request to the Commission, which they are willing to concede to and give. Then on the issue of how many beneficiaries, it's 2,026 households. So these are not beneficiaries, these are households. So within a household, there might be more than one beneficiary itself, but when the claim was settled, it is ring-fenced to the amount of 2,026 households. So these are what we're expecting to be built is 2,026 houses. And apologies, I do have the amount. It's 12,156 beneficiaries that we're dealing with here. Then,
sorry ma'am, I've asked that the transfer of the money.
yes.
What was the expectation and where does the restitution commission role, which role do you play in there?
Yes.
The monitoring, and then give us the whole idea of sorry, you said that they have to do what to do, so
Yes.
there is an agreement.
Yes.
What has empowered you to do that, and then the monitor who's going to do the monitoring, and since then what has been happening with that monitoring part, because that was the restitution.
Thank you. With regard to the transfer of the amount itself, the amount was approved in terms of Section 42D, and the amount was transferred in terms of the transfer of funds agreement. What the role of the Commission in that transfer of fund agreement was, is that the Commission should take a lead in the forming of the project steering committee to help, at the end of the day, bring all the role players together, your BCM, your West Bank Committee, as well as your Department of Housing. So the main role of the Commission was to be the lead in the project steering committee. And I did not go point by point because I can actually give you a lead up since 2021, how many project steering committees and how many have collapsed, how many interventions have there been by the Minister on this issue of all the role players trying to come together, and it just seems that there's always this reluctance from a department or some point that we seem to not be agreeing when it comes to these, the project itself. So to answer your question, the role of the Commission would be to manage this project steering committee. Then the question that was also asked was there any memorandum of understanding maybe between the Commission? No, the agreement itself is a framework settlement agreement that is attached to the section 42D, and then we also have the transfer of funds agreement, which is the subsequent agreement. Then the issue came with regard to the invaders and the reasoning from the invaders, as well as the court ruling. Unfortunately, I will not be able, the land that is being invaded is the land being owned by Buffalo City Municipality. It's Buffalo City Municipality that has brought the court application. So at the end of the day, the question that was asked on what is the response from the land invaders regarding the court, I can only assume with our engagements with Buffalo City Municipality, it's a land need. Buffalo City is an area where there's a real land need for communities itself, and we see a lot of invasions in the neighboring areas happening in Buffalo City. So unfortunately, I'm not able to answer the issue from a legal perspective when it comes to the invaders and what the response is from the invaders on that issue. And then I think I will just again, with regard to the issue that was raised on whether or not that maybe Buffalo City as well as the Commission should be requested to come into by one meeting by the Portfolio Committee. As indicated again, the Commission welcomes this intervention, and yes, thank you.
Are you done, ma'am?
I hope I've covered most of the questions that were asked.
Okay, I wonder if there's anyone else from the department who would like to deal with other issues that were raised.
Honorable Chair and members and the House at large, good afternoon. I think there is another point that was raised by a member regarding the screening, where she wanted to get clarity on as if there are two parallel processes. The issue of the screening of claimants was coming from the side of the municipality, where the municipality was saying these beneficiaries, they need to be screened in terms of their policy, in terms of their municipal policies and legislation. On the other side, the Commission is saying, in terms of our Restitution Act, we do verification process, a process that establishes who the legitimate claimant is. That 2026 households is an output of the verification process that was conducted by the Commission. And as the Commission are saying, the 2026 households are households that need to benefit from a rights-based process. They can't be subjected to the municipal screening processes. That's where we were differing with the municipality with regards to the screening of the claimant households. Thank you. We are disagreeing with the municipality, because in many occasions when we sit in meetings, this issue of screening comes as another factor that seems to be delaying the process, because it's a dispute between policies of two state institutions. And the fact that as the commission, our mandate is to restore land, and then it stops there. Then post a restoration of a right. Hence, we work in collaboration with other stakeholders to address issues of post-settlement and other matters. So this issue of screening has not yet been resolved yet, but it just comes during the meetings. Thank you, Chair. In law to resolve this dispute.
I think what we've also done is... Oh, apologies. Oh. I think what I just did not also indicate, and I think this was just, in terms of the intergovernmental relations framework as well, the minister has also written to Treasury on this issue as well, where we requested the minister's invention to request, in terms of the intergovernmental framework, to mediate this issue between us and BCM. And up until date, we've not yet also from our side received the response. So these are just some of the issues that I just didn't want to get into, to try and say that it's not that we as the Commission have been since maybe 2021, there has been all of these tried interventions.
Okay, there is a hand over there.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity. This is just to clarify. I'm not asking any question. There was something that she mentioned about the land. There was a land that was donated by Mercedes-Benz, and then the land was invaded, and then Buffalo City did nothing. And then, but the land that we're talking about now, it's the land that we bought with the money for the settlement of the agreement. I just wanted to clarify that. So that it does not show as if the land belongs to Buffalo City. It does not belong to Buffalo City. It belongs to the West Restitution Association, Section 21. Thank you. We've got even the title deeds to prove that. Thank you so much.
Okay, there is a mic that is actually has taken residence in that table. I wonder if there is any response to that intervention.
No, I think that the question, I don't disagree with what the committee member has said. I think the question just was relating what was the stance of the people maybe on the land itself. Do we know what their responses was towards the invasion? And I think the committee member will maybe agree with me that again, it's a land, the need question that will come.
So there are two more questions which were asked, and I'm not sure whether they were responded to. The number of beneficiaries on this land. How many beneficiaries? I think both of you need to inform us. The West Bank delegation.
Chairperson, I did raise it's 12,000.
That's more than 12,000. No. Beneficiaries. The household is 2,026, and then beneficiaries it's more than 12,000.
I mean, how often do you update your database of the beneficiaries? When was the last count of your beneficiaries?
When? How long ago? No, it's just that what usually happens is that we usually hold meetings each and every quarter. And then that's when we get told so-and-so has passed away, so-and-so will be taking over. I think that's the process now that we were discussing with the department, that we need to update the entire master plan of the beneficiaries, the beneficiary list itself. There were some of the people that are on that database. Some they are deceased. Some they've abandoned because they've lost hope. So now these are the things that we need to update even that list.
I mean, how soon are you going to do that?
As soon as we can find resources to do that, because remember, people are staying in different provinces, different areas. It needs the entire advert, radios, newspapers to tell everyone that whoever is a beneficiary or will take over from the beneficiary. If the beneficiary is deceased, then they can contact us.
Okay, the second question had to do with the MOU. There was a question whether there is or there was an MOU with the BCM.
Chairperson, I think I did mention that there was no MOU itself. There's just a settlement agreement signed by BCM as well as a transfer funds agreement.
The issue of invasions, who can deal with that? Is it West Bank themselves?
Chair,
and why do you say these are invasions? Who is invading?
Chair, as was said, the land belongs to the West Restitution Association. Because and the main invasions happened during COVID, and the municipality just simply did not attend to the problem, although they were advised of the invasions and were aware of the invasions, and it's still continuing right now as we speak. There are more and more coming in, and Buffalo City is not doing anything. Now, in 2021, the municipality, jointly with the West Restitution Association, got an eviction order against the invaders. And at that time, there weren't too many. But the municipality did not execute the court order. They tried once or twice, but the fact is that the sheriff, who was instructed to execute the court order, asked Buffalo City, what are you going to do with these people? Where are you going to take them? And so they decided that, in fact, they have to comply with the PI Act. So they got and they built a temporary relocation area, TRA, which has been available now for more than 6 months, and there's still no action. So whether the municipality will ever attend to that matter and again ask a quote from the sheriff and do it, we don't know. We don't know that.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to conserve time because we still have 5 other, contributors whom we need to ask questions. Sorry. Which one is that?
The one that they will need a top-up of about 600 million. So I wanted to find out that for the houses that have to be built, is for how many beneficiaries and how many opted for the money.
On the matter of West Bank, we are intending on building 2,026 houses, which is for all the households. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will be short because of time pressures. It seems to me that this meeting, which was held with the Commission recently, is a sinister meeting because you knew we were coming, then you went to meet the beneficiaries because
Surely this problem has been going on forever. Now, all of a sudden, you have this meeting with the benefit. So it raises questions about how serious you take this crisis, which is long going with this community. That also goes with the unfortunate situation where people who were dispossessed are again facing another dispossession by new invasions. So people who are supposed to have their land and enjoying it are having new problems. And it is clear between the commission and the city, nobody is taking responsibility. There is a court order, as we understand it already, that says evict this new occupant. Now you're saying the city is not moving, and therefore you're throwing your hands in the air to say there's nothing you can do as the commission. But your fundamental responsibility is to take care of the interests of the people who lost their land. It cannot be that one government, whether it is the Restitution Commission or is the city, you all are operating under the same interests. How is it not possible that you come together and solve this problem? I really want to live here with a commitment that you will sit with the city and make sure that the eviction order of a court order, you are in contempt. You are disregarding a court order, which will have ameliorated some of the problems that the community is facing. So now the community is facing a new problem and it's growing as we understand it. The invasion are getting bigger and bigger. So at the end of the day, it means that this community is going to lose their land again under the new dispensation when they're supposed to enjoy their rights. Now, this is a dereliction of duty and a massive disappointment on people that are paid by taxpayers to look after the interests of our people. So we must get a sense of now you must take this matter seriously. Between the commission and the city, there must be a way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one question. It's a question about monitoring. Now, does the BCM still have this money? And if it is, maybe it's in the interest-bearing account, how much is it? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you. I think, Chairperson, I'll start with the last question. Honourable Member, yes, the money is still there. It's in an interest-bearing account. As indicated in the transfer of funds agreement, the municipality must provide us with proof that the money is there, and the money is approximately, the last invoice I see is about 151 with some change amount of million that is currently with PCM. Then on the issue of the eviction, I do note the Honourable Member's concern, and with regard to the issue, unfortunately, when the eviction order was done and the eviction process was done, the Commission is not a party to that eviction. But I do see the role of the Commission in facilitating and agreeing and sitting down with PCM and enforcing this eviction order that is put forward. And I think that is also one of the issues that we've been raising in the meetings itself, is this issue of invasions as well as the additional land that will be required for the community itself. Then I do take note also of the sinister meeting of the Commission itself. Yes, I do agree that we did meet the claimants beforehand. The request actually for the meeting came from West Bank Committee. And we just honored the request, and we honored it just before the Portfolio Committee, but I do take note of how this, the sinister comment made.
Okay, thank you. Concretely now, what is going to happen? I want some sort of commitment. What is LRA going to do, LRC, about this matter?
Thank you, Chairperson.
What are you committing yourself to?
Chairperson, I think it's very, what is important, and that was also highlighted by the Honourable Member on my right-hand side, is the issue of what is the role of the Commission. And the role of the Commission here is that we should facilitate the steering committee and push through the steering committee itself. Even though we've not yet, as I indicated, we've on numerous times tried to and committed ourselves to and having meetings with the municipality, we have again recommitted ourselves to have the steering committee to take place before the 31st of July 2026, where we will again, with our political principles, also request that this meeting take place and the steering committee be reconvened, where we have all these different role players. And as we again also said, we welcome the oversight of this process and maybe the report back on this issue to the portfolio committee on what transpired when this reconvened steering committee was requested to reconvene before the 31st of July.
So, so the commitment is that you are going to facilitate, because that is your role.
Yes.
Okay. I'm aware of the proposal that was made by Honorable Nana, but I thought it's a proposal that will actually need to be discussed by the committee. Yeah. When can we actually expect, some movement in that direction of facilitating? I don't want, declarations of intent here. I want something concrete.
Chairperson, why we are saying specific the 31st of July, we do feel that we need to give all these different role players enough time to convene, and we as the Commission commit that this meeting will sit before the 31st of July.
Can we get from the LRC something written down that you are committing yourself to do with specific time frames, and then you send it to our committee on this particular matter? Or the commission itself? Is it not land? Is it not land? Yeah.
It is.
Yes. Well, I'm aware that there is a commission which is a broader, bigger body, but you are representing it. That is why I'm addressing you specifically.
Correct.
How you are going to go about doing what we are asking you to do, that's entirely in your hands. But within the next 2 weeks, I would be happy to see on my desk that commitment you are making in writing with specific time frames. Thank you. Okay, our next responses would be by the department in relation to the issues raised by Mr. Steve Baki. Department, please. Okay. And colleagues, please help me. I don't want discussions and things like. I want specific, responses that actually are, forward-looking. What is it that we are going to do? We have heard about the issues. What is it that we are going to do about it? About them.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think I'll be very much straight to the point.
And there were serious allegations made by Mr. Baki.
Yes.
If you could actually respond to those.
Yes, mine is running a riot act. I don't know what is running a riot act. Mine, Chair, was advisory to them. Advisory in the sense that they are owing the department an amount of 1.9 million with regards to the water usage. So the agricultural land holding account has appointed debt collectors to collect funds from all the farmers that are owing the department. And then Mr. Baki is always, when orating his vision, always raises the issue of saying he wants to bring the children, the future of their children and into this thing. And I say that
it is important that you take this issue of owing the department very seriously. Because if you don't take it seriously, you will find yourself being evicted from this farm for the failure to pay the debt of government. And also to say that most people, they have that mindset of saying, if you owe in government, you can ride on it for the longest time. But government is turning a new leaf now of saying that they should, officials should take serious the issue of debt collection. As a result, there are officials that have been charged for failure to execute debt collection. So it was advisory on my side, taking into consideration the vision that Mr. Baji always articulated, to say that that vision or dream may be deferred if you don't take this seriously. And also to say that with regards to the engagement that took place with Mr. Baji, is to state that, firstly, the department has funded them for a value of 3.8 million. And also they also received funding from Land Bank for about 6 million, in total funding of around 10 million that has been invested on that particular farm. They are having access to 1,500 hectares, and in the discussion, in the meeting that we had with them, we had certain resolution. One resolution was to say, can Mr. Baji submit a plan and on how he plans to utilize this additional 73 hectares. And also he must settle the debt of 1.9, which I think it will increase now because there are more invoices that are coming from the Great Fish Water Users Association submitted to the department with regards to their water usage. And that has not been submitted. And then in terms of other resolution was that we write a letter to the Department of Agriculture to say, can they assist in terms of conducting assessment to all the 25 sugar beet farms with regards to level of production, so as to understand what is it that these farmers are doing. Because there's a number of claims to say that some of the farmers are just subletting these farms to white people and collecting rent. Some of them are grossly underutilizing these farms. So it will be an injustice to anyone out there, agricultural graduates and so forth, that are yearning to form part of the land reform process, that we will say now we are adding an additional 73 hectares to an adult male that is underutilizing 1,500 hectares. It will be difficult for us to explain to that young agricultural graduate who has been knocking in the door of the department requesting access to land and funding to that effect. So the Department of Agriculture, we sat with them, formed a task team and also formed...
Please, can we have one meeting?
And formulated the terms of reference, and they stated that they are finalizing their APP target as from the 31st of July. They will be able to undertake that exercise. And we said to them, can you please prioritize the issue of Mr. Baji, because it affects the decision-making process with regards to this particular piece of land. And then I think I've covered Mr. Gongnek. I think if you can talk to regards to the issue that the land was supposed to be incorporated, if you can talk to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue was investigated in 2014 by Mr. Mgati from National. We have also looked at the valuation report. We paid for the land that we gave Mr. Baji. The extra 73 hectares was not valued and was therefore not sold to the department. Surveyor General, Mr. Mtokozi Simtetwa, was on the farm with Mr. Baji with property management, and the national officials, the investigator. There was pegging that was done, and the report was submitted. In that period, Mr. Baki was also invited to make representations to say, why is this 73 hectares important in his bigger operations? He never did. Then I would like to talk to the issue of policy. The current policy that we use now, it's beneficiary selection, land allocation policy. It was approved in February 2022. It requires that we advertise land. What we acquire, we advertise, we have a fair selection process through the DBSCs. I haven't seen Mr. Baki's application for the land. I know what he says they were doing during Quinty's time, but that Quinty's time is the one that Ms. DTG Litomba was saying officials are being charged for it. They were not part of it. It was you, Minister, and senior management. But the 30 list that we have, an official and his family is suffering. The 3.8 million you got for recap, an official is being charged for that. Now there is this 73 hectares. You want an official to put his life on the line for your family to enjoy. So I will want us to be very sensitive around these issues. The process took 10 years because, in fact, it has not yet been concluded even now, because that is a private property. When a farmer says, I don't want to sell, he doesn't want to sell. So there is no mechanism on our part to force that farmer to sell. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think mine is to clarify the issue of farmers that are currently owing the department. The challenges that we are sitting with, the petition that was submitted to also union building, which I know exactly that petition might very soon land to this portfolio committee. We are sitting with quite a number of farmers across the 9 provinces who are owing the department millions in terms of the lease agreements and the water and everything. However, the president have made an undertaking that the department must come up with a policy to fast track the handing over of those farms to the current leases. However, in handing over those farms, one of the requirements, which it started even during the time of Mamutitisa, was the fact that farmers were given specific timelines to settle their debts so that the transfer could be fast-tracked. We are sitting with a challenge that the majority of farmers, we've been to KZN, Chairperson, where the farmers are saying we need assistance, we need this land because we cannot move forward without us owning the land. So we want to give them the land. However, we are sitting with the issue of huge debts, which we even went to Treasury to ask from Treasury how best can we try and facilitate. Treasury made it very clear we cannot circumvent the policies. Where there are debts, there must be a way to recover some of the funds. We are sitting with that. I am raising this, Chairperson, because I know for the fact the petition that was submitted to union building, which the very same petitioners are going back to Parliament, they promised to go the 30th of this, which I suspect they might go after the 30th of June, back to union building, and they are dealing with IMC. IMC gave that responsibility back to myself to say the department must find a way, because even with deeds cannot transfer these farms if there's a debt. We are even negotiating now with municipalities because in some instances we picked up majority of municipalities, the billing system is not correct because we've got farmers that went and made loans and settled their bills. However, suddenly the municipality is again showing huge bills. We are intervening in those cases because we had proof that they settled. It's an intervention as well that we require from the portfolio committee to say how best can also the portfolio committee assist us as officials in terms of this, just the issue of the debt. Thank you, Chairperson.
So in short, Madam, Mr. Baji's case actually has to do with the 1.9 million rand that is being owed by the farm. And secondly, I had a mention being made of a plan in relation to the utilization of the proposed 75, is it 73 or 75 hectares, additional hectares to the 1,500 that already is. Yeah. Is that, are those two major issues we're talking about?
The issue of the rent, the debt, I was not 100% sure in terms of Ndate Baki. I've just received the report in terms of the debt owed by him. So the province has an accurate amount and accurate receipts. I was generally indicating the dynamics that we are sitting with, that we will also cry to your doorsteps to ask for intervention as well.
Can the province then clarify us 1.9 million rand?
Yes, 1.9 million, to be fair, because now if someone says, I have a plan, I've got this plan, you cannot just say, because you've got one, we're throwing out, let's give you a fair opportunity to present your compelling plan so that we can be able to engage on it. Number 3 is level of production assessment done by the Department of Forestry to say, what is the level of production? Are you utilizing optimally the 1.5 that you are having currently prior to you wanting to have an additional 73? So those are the 3 issues, Honorable Chair.
Okay. You wanted him to respond to the optimal utilization of land.
No, it's
whether it takes place, whether he is indeed doing so or not.
The Department of Agriculture is supposed to undertake such an exercise.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Honorable members, is there any clarity-seeking questions in relation to Mr. Baki's contribution? No. Okay. All right. So, what is then the way forward, Honorable Chief Director? How are you going to intervene to this one?
Chair.
Maybe whilst you
Chair.
there, before you may wait, you may actually wait over there.
I thought there are 3 areas that I thought would be clarified, and I know that we might not exhaust this matter here, because there are a lot of amounts involved, dynamics involved around. Mine is in relation to the one that relates to charging officials because of decisions that were taken during Quinty's time. Because I thought you were going to elaborate as to why, because if there was a policy that instructed them to implement in line with the policy that was prevalent at that time, why after that era you're still charging them for what they did? Just a clarity around that. I thought you were going to elaborate more around this particular issue. The other issue is in relation to ring-fenced portion of facility. Mr. Baji said there's a portion that has been occupied by a white farmer. And that portion, unfortunately, most facilities are located in that portion and they are ring-fenced now. Can you confirm that? And if you can confirm that, what then becomes your responsibility as a department to actually deal with that particular situation? The third one is in relation to, reintegration. I'm not sure whether when you're referring to this question of reintegration that he was raising, whether you're referring to this question of this additional land. Just a clarity for me as far as that is concerned. Other questions, I thought, Chair, we must find time and deal with this particular matter clinically, otherwise there's a lot of issues in relation to the amounts.
Yes, yes, Honorable Member, ours is to say, can Mr. Baji submit a written submission to us to say why the plan for that portion and why he cannot operate without that particular portion? So that is what we require from him in writing, so that we can engage on it, how compelling it is. How does it affect his operations currently? So that we have not received yet. We had a deadline of 3 weeks to say, can that be done within 3 weeks? 3 weeks long past. That was in March, end March. Now we are in June now. So 3 weeks long past.
So in other words, we are committing that as soon as Mr. Paki submits his justification for the additional land on what he already has, you will start actually attending to his matter.
And then the Department of Agriculture conducts the assessment, level of assessment on the one that is currently utilized. Then we bring that together, engage on it, come with a verdict on the matter. Then
Have you
probably
been to Mr. Paki's farm?
Yes, the meeting was there in his farm.
In your own assessment?
No, it's the Department of Agriculture that we, remember the experts are the Department of Agriculture. The experts are with the Department of Agriculture.
No. This is my meeting. It's not a rally.
Chair, can you give us a platform, please?
We have never went to assess. We have requested the experts from the Department of Agriculture to conduct an assessment. So don't say I lied. I did not say we conducted an assessment.
You also have no right to respond to her.
Yes.
I specifically asked you to address specific questions, and you have done so. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, is there anything else around this Paiki issue? Okay. I'm worried about time.
Chair, I'm not going to ask the question. I think this matter we will have to engage after to get the nitty-gritties. If we can engage on it, I tend to believe it's going to take us a long time because there are facets of the dynamics in that, and it's going to be complicated for us to can unpack and get the true version and the clarities and what empowers what. So if maybe we can continue and we'll come to attend to this one that will be very progressive in doing it that way.
Thanks, Chair. I just want us to note this with an emphasis that there is two dispensation of application of the law. When white people break the law, there's silence, no reaction from government, no reaction from court, no one who actually escalate a case against a white person. And this is actually happening where it matters the most. A black person needs the implements and needs the fertility of the land parcel, and then that white person ring fences to render the portions that is with the black people non-viable. And eventually that project is going to collapse. But because we have a bully who happens to be white and favored by the law, that I'm saying we must note. Thank you.
Thank you. You made a presentation. I think that was enough. I'm not sure what is it that.
Chair, there's a lot more clarity for your own sake that has to be responded to in relation to what is being portrayed in front of you now.
I didn't quite get your last one.
Is it on? I'm saying, Chair, there's a lot more of clarity that may warrant us to correct. More so, we are seeing a pack of lies in front of you, again being repeated. It's party to what I was telling you earlier. The arrogance that is within the civil service, they are very unbecoming. Most of these issues that we are here listening to them, and they are meant to give you an illustrative idea of interaction, which is false. They came to our farm as per request that was elevated to yourselves. That's when they started running to the farm. After 13 years of neglect and them, not even a single letter that they can give to you right now to say, this is what we've been trying to do to interact with them in addressing the issue. And even now that they are coming of late, it's as per their discretion. The chief director said to us, which is what we refer to as riot code, no, we're not going to touch anything about that land portion. Right now, address the issue of rental and any other financial liability, or we will evict you. That's what I'm referring to as a riot code. And not entertaining anything to do with it. Chair, it's recorded. Records can't lie. It's here, recorded.
Okay,
and besides that, Chair, our plea to you was to get to the gist of this thing, not only to listen to Nedisa's, Mr. Gongleka's verbal report to you, but to get to the gist of policy and the compliance issues relating to the offer, as well as the selling part. Then calculate all the land that is supposedly 1.5, because lately we are seeing 1.4 instead of 1.5. And even that 1.5, there's a breakdown here which we got from ARDA. It talks about all the specific portion of that farm that are not based on the arability. It's only 80% of the land arable, and most of the other land.
Okay, Mr. Paki, I did give you a lot of time to make your presentation. Can I now?
Chairperson, like I said, that maybe we have to, when we say we are not going to attend to the issue, brought it to the committee, we will engage about that issue. We are not going to do justice now to engage on that issue, because the question that we might have is not for the department only. It's also for you. The matter of the policy of you agreeing to pay the rental, whether you paid it or not, the amount of 3 million, the amount of 6 million from the land bank, and other things that they say has happened. So it's a lot of things that we will have to unpack, but I don't think we will do justice if we do that, because we have to continue with the conversation that to address to the other parties that had done their presentation. We will engage with you, or made a commitment that we'll engage with you, and that will be the case. But for now, that is not going to be easy for us to can do the justice of getting the real answers, because immediately when you cast suspicions of this one is lying and that one is lying, we don't have the facts in front of us. But I think that the most important thing, through the chair, will make a resolution to meet with you and to meet with the department while they are there, to can, and agriculture again to be there, to can see what is it that is happening, how can we assist, how can we get the solution to the problem. We are not throwing it out when I say maybe we need to continue. We note it, and then we are going to be one of the things that we prioritize with all the engagement that we did for this weekend.
Chair, a tradition in our committees that we listen, and we have listened. But after listening, we normally invite stakeholders that are involved in that dispute or misunderstanding to Cape Town, so that we exhaust ourselves, having been exposed to various documentation that we shall request. Because we don't have a report for now. It's just presentations. So all those who are affected, who are directly involved in this, must present a report to us in that meeting that we're going to schedule. Invite all of them, those who are involved, as we used to do, so that we deal with this matter conclusively. Thanks, Chair.
No, I'm not saying anything different. Let us get a report prepared by the department with all these matters, including supporting documentation, and then the committee will call both the affected people and the department to discuss the matter. Thank you.
Precisely. In fact, we were going to finally do that, but I had to allow people to say what they want to say. You see, we don't take decisions here on our feet based on allegations. We need to go beyond that. We need to get the facts. There's an allegation of a 1.9 million rand that is being owed. We need to get into understanding the kind of agreement that you had with the department, you know. And we need to understand why there has been an accumulation of 1.9 million rand not being paid. You know. We need to get the report of the assessment report by an expert on the productivity of the 1,500 hectares that you have. And we need to also understand your motivation, why you want additional land. You know, exactly. I mean, those are the issues that you cannot decide on our feet here. So we are going to go back. Similarly, with regard to the West Bank case, we are going to actually still interrogate those matters, because ours, yes, we are listening to the junior staff members here, but we talk to the Director General. We want a report from the Director General, we want a report from the Minister. You know. So that is how one can actually, you know, sum up on your matter, Mr. Paki. It's not that we are avoiding taking. I know that the temptation of our people is to actually want to see us scope and donor somebody now. No, we are not, that's not how we operate. The Constitution and the law does not allow us to do so. We need to get facts. You know. Can we then move on to Mr. Yeye? Mr. Albert Yeye's matter. Is he still in the room? Okay. He had a very short presentation. I hope that our Chief Director and the DDG still remembers.
Good afternoon again, Chair. Yes, the matter of Mr. Yeye, we are handling it as a department. What we're going to do is to conduct a land rights inquiry and see whether Mr. Yeye has accumulated rights in terms of the extension of Security of Tenure Act, as he stated that he has stayed on the farm has been there for 20 years, and also to conduct an inquiry whether are there any other people that are claiming a right on that particular land. Once that has been confirmed, then we can be able now to take a decision to say if he has accumulated rights, he needs to be allocated and also to secure his tenure right on the farm. So that is the work that we are going to conduct in terms of finalizing the matter.
But when do you foresee starting that kind of process?
It must start from next week. It must start from next week.
Okay.
It must start. Here's a tenure expert there. Tenure expert, please start it from next week, please. Please start it from next week.
The tenure expert was not employed yesterday. The matter has been on the table for how long, Mr. Yeye? Sorry? 2011.
Yeah.
For 10 years? Okay. All right, Honorable Mkhaga.
Chair, I know that this presentation was too short in assisting us, but my worry is in relation to your application. Applications were declined by the H2. Now, if application has been declined, what then becomes the status of the situation now? It was clear to say application that is made were declined by H2 or National Department. What then becomes the status of the whole situation in that context?
Okay. Yes, Chair, this case is very interesting for me. Uti Ubabuyeye, as of 1862, his grandfather used to be there. Now, let's go back to history. That's the time when the white people were given an instruction to say they must wait 100 years before they can buy land in South Africa from 1852 between Piet Joubert and the Sekhukhune king Usquat. And that became the law precedent about Amakhosi. So here is a historical genealogy of blacks, natives, who were supposed to be granted the same protection that the whites are enjoying, because we are using 1913 as a cutoff. So it means all cases before 1913, whites are said to be protected. That case dates back to the older of former white people where they're enjoying that protection. But today, he's landless, even when our counterparts who are white are enjoying a protection. So that is a disparity in terms of law application. But let's come to the, you are, okay, fine, okay, fine. Then we have here a land claim act, then you have Esther Act. So there are two land dispensation. Those who reside on the farm, Esther Act is applied, and then also Land Claims Act is also applied. So now you have a case of Ubaba who he doesn't need to even claim that land based on the history that his forefathers were there in 1862. And on the basis of that, you use the dispensation which white people were enjoying. And that's what we should be doing. But check the unfairness and the ambiguity and the biasness of the law protecting only white people. Thank you.
Just for the record, Chair, I'm not white. You mustn't look at me.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Your response, please.
Yes, Mhlekas, the declining, this property were recently transferred to us, not in 2020, end of 2022, that were transferred to the department, 117 of them from the Department of Public Works. And they were transferred without sufficient documentation. And when some of them were assessed, we found that they already have people that they are residing there. And the inquiry itself, it is not 10 years, it is 2024, the inquiry itself. So it is not 10 years as Utata. If it was 10 years, then it may be with the Department of Public Works, and the declining of application may be with the Department of Public Works. It's not with us as the department.
Okay. So you are actually saying that what would then be the way forward?
The way
How
forward
would you advise him to
is
do?
to conduct a land rights inquiry to confirm the land rights he's claiming, Utata. Once those rights are confirmed, and also to inquire whether are there any other people who are claiming their rights on the property. If it's confirmed, then we need to transfer the land to him.
Okay. So that also is in your hands.
Yes, then we'll conclude the matter. It's a state land. There can't be inheritance on a state land. It's a state land.
Even now?
No, even now it's still state land. Even now it's still state land. And there's no claim on it, there's no claim registered on it. The Restitution Act, the claims are through a Restitution Act, nothing has been claimed. So that avenue is closed. That is what the Land Rights Inquiry will tell us. Once that is confirmed, sithi tata thatha umhlaba wakho, iphelile indaba. Enkosi, enkosi mhlekazi.
Yeah, okay, there has to be a process to do that. And the law is very clear about the process. Okay, let's move on to Tsitsikamma Development Trust.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. With regards to Tsitsikamma, I will just confirm what has been said that relates to the commission. What I can confirm is that Tsitsikamma community has got a land claim that was lodged with the commission, and we settled the claim in phases. We had phase 1 and phase 2 where we paid Tsitsikamma community a financial compensation in respect of their structures that they lost at the time of dispossession. And we can confirm that not all the people that were due to benefit on the financial compensation have been paid. We've got a claim affecting 486 households, 486 households, and an approximated number of 1,561 beneficiaries. Due to the vast nature of the claim, we settled the claim in phases. As I've indicated, that phase 1 and phase 2 were in respect of financial compensation, and phase 3 related to the 15 properties the trustee was alluding to. Those 15 properties have been transferred and they are under plantation that is managed by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And there's a leasing company, Mountain to Ocean, that is leasing to Tsitsikamma Development Trust. And also, I want to talk to because on Tuesday we were there in Tsitsikamma because the minister, or Honorable Minister Unyonso, is going to hand over the title deeds for the 15 properties, a date which was proposed for the 10th of July. So that is common practice then, that before, if the minister is gonna go to a particular community, we do that groundwork, obviously also get an opportunity of ironing other things in terms of outstanding matters around the claim, which in the case of Tsitsikamma, it was the issue of the outstanding payments, which the commission is currently embarking on in trying to pay all the outstanding beneficiaries. So that those 15 properties, we said that is phase 3. And then phase 4 would be the properties that Mr. Zana was talking to, the privately owned farms, because we agreed that we must do one phase at a time. Now, the focus of the commission will be on phase 4. And then there was the issue of what Mr. Zana pointed out was the issue of the TDT being new owners of the land, and they see that MTO is operating on the land and they are the new owners, there should have been by now discussions that are taking place, which I want to say in front of this House that that dialogue is happening at national level concerning all the claims that are under plantation on various provinces and under various forestry companies, where there need to be lease agreements that are signed now, new lease agreements, because these operating companies currently have got a lease agreement between DFFE and the operating companies. Now that the ownership has changed, there should be new lease agreements that are signed directly between the leasing companies and the new landowners. And as the commission, our role then, we've got the role of facilitating these engagements between the operating company, the Department of Forestry, and the claimants. That's why I'm saying this engagement or dialogue is being handled by the Chief Land Claims Commission Office, where we are embarking on a process where we will be starting at KZN, discussing how these lease agreements or on a best model in dealing with these community claims where forestry is involved. Our first engagement will be in KZN, and then the second engagement will be at Eastern Cape, which will involve Itsitsikama and another claim in case Kamahuk, where we will be discussing with these operating companies. That's all that concerns the commission in respect of what was raised here, because other matters I can see that they are local government related matters that were raised, unless I missed something. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there anything else that you would like to ask?
Thank you, Chair. On this case, Amampengu indawo yawo leyana. That's the first thing. And it is due to be given back to them. We have a precedent that has been set by the Minister of Fisheries and Environment, Minister Okamp, through the case of Kruger National Park. Kruger National Park was also claimed by the Tsonga people there. They then entered into a pact that says all the proceeds that come out of Kruger National Park, the community who claim that land must benefit on. I'm coming to Amamfengo now and saying that all those who are leasing now the land, this is what the white commercial farmers are doing. When they want to thwart the land claim process, they then come up with environmental laws which will declare a place to be now an environment that must be protected against those who are claiming it, because that environmental protection belongs to the claimed community. So, which means if you are running that now as business, or whether it's for the state or private concern, is that the community who claim that land must be part, such that they are even majority in terms of shareholding, so that the proceeds that comes out of that can benefit the community to address the welfare. So in this case, again, whatever the minister is going to do, we must make sure that Amampengu, they have right of first refusal, even in terms of business outsourcing, because Ubaba Uti, they don't even get opportunities. So you have private companies who come there, do business there, make money out of the same area, and they claim it's private business. It can't be private business in my land. I am the landlord there. Please make sure that we do that.
Any other question? You actually alluded to the fact that you are doing this entire project in phases. And phase one entailed, paying what?
Financial compensation. financial compensation.
Financial compensation. Can you unpack that in terms of enlightening us how many beneficiaries and what were you paying per person? How did you arrive at that?
When
Because this thing happened so long ago.
when we did we want to determine the value of the claim, we use valuers, independent valuers to do valuation, and then we arrive at a value, and then this is used in conjunction with the Department of Human Settlements Housing Subsidy in saying, if for an example a valuation comes out and say the value of your house was 150,000, I'm making an example, then we will escalate it to that present value as determined by the housing policy in terms of the value of building an RDP house. And also what is noted is that with the commission, we do historical valuations, we don't do market valuations. We value what was lost then at the time of dispossession. Amamfengu, when they were dispossessed, they lost both land and also structures because they had their structures demolished. So since they said they want restoration of their land rights, we had to pay financial compensation in lieu of improvements of their structures. And that benefited 486 households with that approximated number of 1,561 beneficiaries, meaning that if a household is entitled to, for an example, 221,000 at that particular time, then if the person who was directly affected by the dispossession is no longer there, we use what we call a family tree. If my father was dispossessed and is no longer there, we look at the descendants and then we divide that money equally amongst the descendants. It goes up to the last generation. If the first generation is no longer alive, we look at the second generation, but guided by the fact that who was the originally dispossessed person. So this outstanding financial compensation is as a result of certain beneficiaries among those 486 households which were not paid. Perhaps others didn't submit their necessary documentation to process their claims, or others, the money was paid and then it bounced back at the bank. Maybe in a particular household, we are 5 beneficiaries, 4 were paid, I was not paid for various reasons, they differ. Is the money now we are saying we are in the process now of paying all the outstanding beneficiaries. And at the time, the amount that was approved in 2019 for the total, for the phase 1, it was 32 million, 32.1 million. And phase 2, it was 43.09 million. Then, since they said they want a restoration of their land, the 15 properties under plantation, we are restoring that right in land. And we're gonna restore also the properties that are privately owned. That is the restoration, or as they requested, as per the options as outlined in the Restitution of Land Rights Act. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you so much. And the last presenter was Kayaletu Nganywa.
Thank you, Chair. We are, Chair, probably let me start with the last part. We are in the process of making a submission to the minister to recognize them as a community. so that we can form a CPA, which will be the land holding NDT. The project didn't start as a farm worker or farm dweller, occupier land, but it was a plus farm. Then there were fights between our lessee and the farm dwellers on the farm. So up until that lessee left, so around 2014, we put them on a program called 1 Hectare, 1 Household. We approved about 2 million to assist them with production. About 1.5 million was dispersed. 500,000 was withheld because it was insufficient to complete the infrastructure development. So we've been working with them in terms of the policy of 1 Hectare, 1 Household. They were supposed to be given certificates that would have been able to protect their tenure. Chair, I think the proceedings of this week are giving you the appreciation of transferring title deeds and having that land sold and you can't intervene. So the CPA as it is now will ensure that the department will intervene. This land will not be sold after transfer to the beneficiaries. I think let me hold it there, Chair, and wait for questions.
Thank you, Honorable Members.
Thanks, Chair. No, the previous speaker was clear in terms of the program of the ministry as far as the handover of title deeds. And in listening to the presenter or Khalid, what is urgent for them now is this question of title deed. What's going to happen?
Chair, this was processed in 2023 already, but it has been returned numerous times to the province because it must go through our national office. So it was returned. We appreciate the agency, but now the submission is already at national. We are hoping that the minister can attend to it soon. Our DDG is here. I'm sure you'll be able to take it up with DDG Ndove and DG to make sure that this happens. Otherwise, other CPAs in that area, Masbambane and others, have long received their title deeds and have also received housing and other development. It's just that with the Nganywa and others in Yaro, they were too small to be recognized as a CPA. But now we found a way in terms of how to get around that and ensure that happens.
Yes, thanks, Chair. On this case, I think Ukaili Juloto, Secretary, and Usho one thing that he was requesting. Now here I needed to just highlight and conscientize the officials on the significance of the land being actually made available to them. Why? Because we are dealing with a dispensation of economic dispossession now. So the longer you take, you don't give them a land. You have the land. They are asking for the land, but you cannot take it. Now, this is exposing our institutional arrangement. In the old order, we used to have parliamentary sovereignty. In the parliamentary sovereignty time, as we are here as the committee, would have made a decision to grant these people their land. But that power was taken away to the judiciary so that they play a watchdog over parliament. And that is working against the agenda of black people being expedited in them being given land. Now they are being taken around bureaucracy. So we are just highlighting that, understand that you're costing them economically. The longer they take not getting into the economic circulation is the longer you are continually dispossessing them, even in this dispensation. So please make sure your short circuit, your turnaround period must be business-like so as to see to that they are part of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm not going to be long. I think for the department, and I'm happy that the title deeds rep is here, you have about more than 1 million backlog of the title deeds, counting the ones that are in the human settlements plus the others. Can the department try to make sure that they prioritize the title deeds, because it's of importance in our communities? If we are saying that we are going to include our communities in the economic development for them to have a sense of ownership, title deeds have to play an important role, and the department DDG has to make sure that they bring their part in fixing this. We cannot talk about again and again and again about the importance of title deeds. I think by now, since '94, we understand that. But if we are not going to do anything, you sort of cut short the plans of the youth that are trying to do something with the title deeds to can really understand the meaning of those title deeds. So that department also have to really pull up their socks to make sure that the title deeds issue, we don't come to discuss and say, give us the plan after 2 weeks about what are you going to do about the title deed. Just give the title deed, do the process. We are not saying cut any system that is there, or cut any rules or regulation or policy. Implement the policy and let it be that they get the title deeds, then we can have new problems. Cannot talk about title deeds for more than 30 years. It doesn't make sense why we don't count about that. We don't attend to that as a department. If we can see the department championing one thing, title deed, because anything else, I was saying to my colleagues, maybe we need to put the province administration in the Eastern Cape. So champion title deed, we will withdraw the administration in Eastern Cape.
Chair, Nama, just want one question answer. When is the title deed of this community going to be delivered? Please, when? Kudala ngoku. From it up to now. No, man, we are abusing our people. This is abuse ngoku. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people has passed on waiting for this title deed. No, comrades, we can't do this. Please, when are you giving them their title deed?
Is there a deeds office here?
No.
Is there anyone who comes from that?
No, Chair.
Okay, you can respond
But-
if you can.
Yes. Chair, I will commit by November, the title deed should be available. I'm looking for my tenure specialist to nod there on the corner. Okay. So, Chair, by November, they should, because the decision to grant a title deed is already there, but the issue is the entity that needs to be signed off by the minister.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Well, luckily, elections are very early in November. The better portion of November will actually have no elections. There will be no elections. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience, for your contributions. I do want, on behalf of the committee, to thank you all. To our officials, the frustrations of our people is actually our frustrations as well. As I had indicated earlier on today, when we were somewhere in Human Store, that unless we we do something, our people are not going to enjoy the fruits of this freedom they actually attained in 1994. The essence of the struggle in South Africa was actually land dispossession and nothing else. We were talking about apartheid. Apartheid was a consequence of dispossession, which had actually taken place long before it. So if there is an opportunity for our people to actually to have their land restored, please let's do it. Let's do it. It's now 32 years of black government. You can't explain it. I find it very difficult to even explain it to my children. Why are we still talking about land and so on? All these complicated laws come from us. They come from us. And they are confusing us. And the powers are here around that table to actually address those complexities contained in the land reform and rural development, programs. We are still talking about land reform. We haven't touched rural development. We haven't actually even touched, let alone talking about it. We don't even know whether the department has any policy on rural development. If it does, how does it look like? And that's now 32 years. We are still dealing with old order, claims. And we haven't actually even finished them. There are still 5,400 of them lying somewhere. And experts are saying that it's most likely that to finish that 5,000 would actually take another 50 years. Let alone the new claims that actually have not been touched yet. So we have a serious problem in our hands, a very serious one. Let's actually go and ponder upon that, both as politicians and also as officials. And in your own private space, ask yourself whether you are doing enough to expedite this process. On that note, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.